Greetings from Bermuda, this is BDA Limey and welcome back to Opus Magnum, where last time Anateus and Concordia had hired a thief to steal a shipment of lead ore for reasons that are not entirely clear. They were working for the House Van Tassen, who were attacked by a rival house, as a result of which Anateus and Concordia lost their positions and they are now hiding out, and they have a plan to get revenge on the house that attacked their former patrons. So they are in the process of preparing the thief that they have hired for his heist, and that is what we are going to continue to do right now by making a life-sensing potion. It seems rather unprecedented. It is. I'm exploring new frontiers in alchemy here. Dare I ask what the great alchemist is concocting now? Imagine yourself with an increased sensitivity to life. If a guard was standing in the next room, you could feel their presence. It's a kind of pulse. Thump. Sounds rather ghastly, but you'd be nigh undetectable. I suppose I do enjoy the occasional unfair advantage. Okay, we have a new thing. The glyph of animismus. The glyph of animismus transmutes 2 atoms of neutral salt into 1 atom of vitae and 1 atom of mors. Alchemists who use the glyph of animismus and the forces of vitae and mors are not always regarded favourably by the university. Ooh. Forbidden arts. Okay, so 2 salts go in, and yeah. Okay, so yeah, vitae and mors are kind of the sort of light and dark elements. Interesting. All right. What do we got to make then? We have to make this, which incorporates them into a ring structure. And we have 3 reagents to work with. Obviously, we're going to need this. And we've got to turn these things into salt. So we're going to need some of that. Now, I don't know. Let's start with, we can use any reagent. Interesting, we got 3. Interesting that we've got 3. Okay. Actually, so if we do something like that, that would give us a way to easily populate these. Which will give us the 2 things that we need. But then subsequently, we don't actually want them in there. So I think need to do something like this. So we can drop them in here when we need to, but we also have a way. Actually, we can just get another arm that grabs them and moves them out, so we can keep that tight. But then they're just going to be making salt, and we'll pull that out with something else. Oof. quite sure the best way to go about this. Maybe that's not the best way to go about this. Maybe I should be... making use of this. Maybe we have 3 of these. Get the salts into... Well, I suppose I can... I can't put that there because I'm thinking I could have an arm that... Well, if I make it like... no, that's not going to work, is it? We can easily produce 3 salts simultaneously this way. So we just do this twice. And we've got this... yeah, 6 salt we need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The only problem then becomes... getting those where they need to go. We do the assembly on this side, and this arm can get that salt over here. We could use that to get 1 salt there, this to get another salt there, on the 2 salts together, so that makes that part of the thing. And we'd have to do the same thing again with the second 2 salts that are produced to make this side. In the meantime, the salt that's produced up here, we would put into this thing to get the light and the dark. Okay, the Vitae and the Moors. Do we do that? How compact can I keep all this? Well, I could do that. Get one of them into there. Ooh. I was thinking I could get another arm to rotate the second one into there, but I can't. It's going to collide with this. So... going to work there. I did that there. Rotate that up there. No, I'm going to have the same problem. I'm going to collide with this one. Yeah, I can't rotate that out. I could move it out along a track, maybe. Well, I could still do that, I can make, let's not worry about cost. I always try and optimize too early, but times just to get a solution that works. So 4 can rotate the first one into there, then it can grab the second one. Oh no, I still can't rotate in there, it's not going to work. Got the same problem. Well, I guess I can do that. Because I need it to be one long. Ugh. It's kind of a rubbishy solution. I grab that, I move up, rotate it in there, come back, grab the second one, move up to the top, extend to 2 and rotate that in there. It works, it's just going to be slow. But maybe it's alright. We got the problem of how we assemble this thing. Okay, let's start programming some stuff. So one's going to grab, it will rotate clockwise, and then release, and that will allow 2 to grab, allow 2, 3 and 4 to all grab. 2 then goes 1, 2, 3, 4 positions counterclockwise. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 goes 1 position counterclockwise. And 4 actually you can stay there, can't it? You can just rotate. God, this feels very inefficient. No, we can do better than this. We don't need to go. We don't need to do that. Or rotates counterclockwise twice and then extends twice. And then resets, and that drops it in there. And then when it comes back the second time, it grabs it, it rotates twice, and it's where it needs to be. So that means that arm 1 can't rotate. Actually, it can rotate right away once it's let go. But it can't grab again until actually it can grab here. Just do a repeat. You can just repeat. That's gonna reset after it's dropped off. That's gonna reset after it's dropped off. And then that's gonna reset. So this will get us, by the time we finish this, we'll have those 2, but we'll only have 1 pair of salts bonded together here. So 4 is done. try to line all this up. Getting confused as to where stuff is going to be. I think that needs to go there and there. I know I've not got anything to move these out yet, but let's just see what happens when this runs. So it turns them all to salt. The other arms grab, move. What is 4 doing? Ending too many times is what it's doing. Which probably means we can pull this back. Pull that back, pull that back. Pull those back. Okay, so apart from the fact that I haven't moved the salt out of the way, so we're going to have a collision now. That's okay. So I need to start thinking about how I'm going to assemble this thing from these bits. That's symmetric. It doesn't matter. We can do that like that. Well. Normally I'd have one arm in the center of a circular structure that was... Well, maybe I can still do that. I can build most of it and then I push it out and put the final piece in to close the circle. Could I do that down here? What if... Well, let's try something like this. We might actually have a collision though. 2 might hit 5 as it rotates. Is that gonna... Oh no, okay, that's alright. So 3 needs to move 1 extra space, do 1 extra rotation. And at this point, 5 can grab it and rotate clockwise. And then reset. Just gets it out of the way in time. 2 to bring it in. Tricky thing now. Is we need to get, I guess, this thing into the ring. So how do we do that? tricky considering it's not been made yet. So let's push back 2 and 3 a little bit. Guys, hold off until 4 has done its thing. So at this point here, there'll be something we can grab here. I guess 5 doesn't actually need to reset. I think it can rotate again, can it? Yeah. So if we could get this into here, that would work well. However, be a little tricky. What if? Nope. Gotta stay there so I can push it into there. Hey, Dark Coupon. How you doing? Laser turrets. It's not going too bad. The puzzles are getting harder, unsurprisingly. Yeah. But otherwise, good. How are you? How's your day? Good. I think I have an instinctive need to make things kind of small and compact, and then, I don't know, I think I maybe just make life hard for myself. I still don't quite feel I've kind of internalized some of the ways for building like subcomponents in this game yet. I'm not quite thinking in terms of arms and transmutation and stuff. Which I suspect I will have to be to solve some of the later problems. I'm terrible for prematurely trying to optimize this. Like, just get something that works. No matter how slow it is. We can stick an arm there, we can grab that, we can push that into there. Then we're good. Let's just get something that works. So, just hate building things that are inefficient. All right, so 6 can grab it. I think here, which is when 4 will have done its 2 rotations and be coming back. The 6 can grab it. 6 can go counterclockwise, and then 6 can extend twice. So at that point it's in there. Then I guess it resets. And at this point, 5 can rotate again. And we can start moving in the second set of salt. See what happens with that. All right, salt. Okay, so the first bond at the bottom. Okay, now 2 and 3 hang out for a bit to give 4 time to move that up there. However, 1 has just rotated. Is that okay? Yeah, that's all right. So now we get these created here. 6 fails to grab it. It's too early. Shoot. Okay, so that means everything here needs to move one over, I think. Okay. Grab, rotate, eject. Yes, it can reach. And then... Oh, wait, 5 went the wrong way. Okay, my mistake. That should not be that. It should be that. Okay. How does that look? Does that get us? Gets us that. And that. 5 needs to rotate again. Is it going to rotate again? No. When does it need to rotate? Is 5 waiting for that next salt? It should be able to arrive. Yeah. So we can start 2 and 3 one earlier. And then 5 can just rotate twice. And we maybe should be good. Oh, we're gonna have a collision problem. No! Oh, my cunning plan is ruined. Ah, so close. Just need to get that in there. And then get this thing up to the top and stick the dark element in and we're done. Okay, if we hold off rotating 5, one more beat, we might be able to sneak the arms past each other. Five just needs to go just before it comes in. So yeah, now. Yes! Okay, nice. Well, that does work. Alright, so we've got most of it made. Now we gotta get this up here somehow. So... Or I guess we get this element down here. Which is probably better because we could have been moving this around while this thing is doing its thing. How do we get that down? Oh, I don't want to do something that covers up a big area. Well, actually, yeah, moving it past all of this stuff might be tricky. We could use 6. 6 is currently just resetting, but it could stay hanging out there. Because that would be an efficient way to bring it back up to the top. I think it's going to be easier to rotate this round here back up to the top than it is to try to, even though it's a big molecule, to try and bring this one atom down here. Because that's just gonna hit a load of different stuff. Okay, so let's do that. So 6, instead of going back, it's just going to hang out here. It will let go though, so that 5 can do its rotation. Then when 5 has finished rotating, it can grab, and will it be able to rotate? I don't know, let's find out. I'm not quite sure where this is going to end up. Ugh. Who's holding on? 2's let go. 5 must have... 5's still got hold of it. Actually, 5 at this stage could probably reset. Okay, now come on. Works. Actually, if we pull in that arm as well, we won't take quite as much area up, but let's not worry about that just yet. Is gonna be flipped around the other way. Ooh. We pivoted clockwise. Could we get another rotation in? Don't know whether we can or not. I think we might collide, but let's see. Oh no, okay. Oh, but we do have to make 2 bonds. We've got to bond this thing to this element and this element. This solution is going to be so inefficient. I mean, we can... It's actually not in a bad place. I think. We pivoted again. What happens if we pivot again? Can't quite visualize that. Okay. Actually, we could do that. Is that right? And then, oh God, we need to move this into here though. Which we can't do because that's there. Blah. And actually, if I put an arm here, are we going to have collisions? Let me try and rotate it around now. Maybe not. Okay. So at this point, immediately after this pivot, 7 can, oh well, 7 can grab on the pivot. Rotate clockwise. And that bonds it to 1. Ugh. And then we've got to make the other bonds somehow. Ugh. That's kind of tricky. Can I do it with kind of a different way? Oh, I'm gonna get collisions if I'm not careful. Can I just put a track there? Actually, go like that. 7, grab it here, advance along the track, and then actually that bonds it. Rotate twice. God, let's see where that ends up. I think we might have a collision with 7 now, though. Ooh. No, we just got away with it. Except this lot has started going already, which is kind of bad, I think. Well, maybe we can get away with that, actually. Do we actually have the product in the right configuration? I think we do. Oh, 6 has still got hold of it. Okay. 6. Here we go. Reset. Your job is done. Where the heck is this going to end up in what orientation? Whoop. I don't think I need to rotate twice. I think here with that one there should work. There. Once and reset. Let's try it. Worked. Actually not too slow either. But taking up a big area and expensive. I reckon the speed will be okay. Cost and area bad. Okay. Cost is actually decent. Speed is decent. The area is huge. Really bad. Yeah. Probably do something about that. Embarrassingly bad. But not bad for a first attempt though. The problem with the area is that this is getting rotated across all of these things. Just terrible. Really be so much better to bring this down here. Could be starting to move it now. That would improve the speed of the solution as well. I wonder if 6 could pivot so the open end is facing down this way and then pull it. Where would that end up there? That would be one there, and they could pull it back one. Then rotate it around. Still feel like that's kind of going about it the wrong way. Can't use this to bond in that last element because I can't make a complete ring around here because otherwise I can't get it out past 5, so I've got to bond it somewhere else. What could I do to keep it more compact? Also 2 is swinging all the way around here, which is not the best. That really is not the best, is it? It's covering a huge number of dead hexes that are doing nothing. Oh, I feel the need to reinvent this. Okay, we're going to reinvent this. Start over. Let's try my kind of production line technique. We need 6 salts for a full thing. I guess this does mean we're using more arms here, but maybe we can get away with it. Put that track there. This could be fast, but it's not going to be cheap. I just got a reasonably fast solution. And this may just produce salt faster than we can use it. Well, let's try it. Let's try it. We want to produce. So many different ways we could put this together. Slightly nuts. Okay, let's roll with it. Let's see. The 1 grabs, 2 grabs, 3 grabs. Everybody advances along the track. And then 1, 2, and 3 release. And everybody advances along the track. Wait. No, hang on. Not one big track. 3 independent ones. But they do all work the same way. Then 4, 5, and 6 grab. Everybody advances. Then 4, 5, and 6 drop. And everybody advances, and we're back to the beginning. When 2 drops here, 7 can grab and then rotate counterclockwise. Same, 8 can grab and rotate clockwise. So then we have a double salt there. Trickier thing is this one. I'm supposed to be going to make this cheaper or smaller. I think I've gone for speed. Although it might be smaller. Still a problem of getting a thing that's stuck on this side over to where everything else is being assembled, but let's worry about that in a minute. So when 1 drops off, that means 9 can also grab. And it can then retract 2 and reset. Okay, so we're actually going to need to slow down at least this first loop. Well, are we? Okay, money no object. 10. I think this is the most arms I've ever had. So 10 can grab here. When that's released, and then just rotate. And at that point, what's happening over here though? 7 needs to reset. This needs to reset if we're going to go as quickly as possible. So then something else needs to move this out. Let's just make sure this even works. I think 10 could have grabbed earlier. Could it? Not sure. Maybe not. Okay, that's fine. Haven't dealt with 7 and 8 yet. That's pretty fast, putting that stuff together. The only problem is joining it all up. If we had that will collide with stuff. That might work. Might it? Oh no. God, I'm gonna bond all this together. Use a track for this. We have another bonder here to bond in this thing. Where might that go? Guess it might go there. 11. So expensive. 11 could grab and move it up. Oh, I don't know. Is this going to work? Absolutely no idea. What point can 11 grab? 11 can grab here, I think. And then advance along the track. "12 can go once you've got here. 12 can grab there. Rotate counterclockwise twice. this point, we've got the two salts here, we've got this element here. And they are bonded together. Then what does 11 do next? It's got to get ready to incorporate this other. My God, what does it do next? Okay, 12 went too early. Wait, what happened? 12's still going too early? Well, this just hasn't had time to do its thing yet. Because we haven't done 7 and 8. We need to do 7 and 8 now. So they just repeat what they did. And they need to do it, I guess, here. I mean, Jesus, this has already got the second pair bonded and ready to go. Before we've even split these. Maybe we just need to slow everything down a little bit. Oh, crap. Why, if we're doing everything later, is that now? Oh no, we don't want to slow that down. No, shoot. Oh. Yes, they all need to be slowed down. Well, except 6. Who needs to get up there as quickly as possible. This doesn't feel too good. Hang on, but 6 and 1 have to be in sync. Let's do that. God, everything's going too fast. Okay, so that's bonded. Okay, actually, so that's alright. But now what the heck do we do about making the other half of this ring? Actually, we could put an arm here, grabbing this, and this can rotate it all the way around, and it will end up in here. So we do have the potential to do the same trick when bonding this to this, and just coordinate everything. Oh my God. There are so many moving pieces. 13 arms now. Okay, so when 12 goes, 13 can also go. because it's got to go 1, 2, 3 rotations clockwise. Actually, we might end up having to delay it. At this stage, I've just got to get this thing out of there. So here, I think this is quite going to work. Okay, that's bonded. 14 grabs as 12 let go. Yes, it has. Oh, 7 and 8, just hold your horses. Dudes, stop starting on the next ring. I need to use this weight. I don't quite understand how to use the weight. I just drop it kind of... okay, that's how I do it. It's just wait until there. Don't do anything else. Do not restart. Same. Actually, you only need to use it once. Forces everything to wait until here, until to start syncing up again. Okay, maybe I can fiddle around with that later, but first of all, just make sure it doesn't. Okay, 14 grabs. Can it rotate it out of the way in time? I don't think so. Oh, this one's still got a hold of it. What number's that? 11. Yeah, 11, you needed to let go. How the heck did that work? Because 13 actually needed to go one more clockwise. Yeah, I think there's going to be a collision with 13 there, yeah. Well, that's okay, I can make 13 wait, I guess. Hold off a little bit. Okay, so now at this stage 11 should have been repeating. We just need to get 11 going again. So that when... So 13... yeah. 11 should be moving same time as 13 goes into position. So... where's that? Somewhere around here? Yes. Alright, so now I've got the two halves of the molecule built. And it's just a case of bonding them together. How hard could that be? So one option I've got is for extending the track that 11 is on up one more space here. we'll put the bottom of the molecule here. And I can then add a bonder there and a bonder there. And if I can get this part in the right place, that will bond everything together. I don't know. Is there a reason 14 is grabbing onto that part? Maybe 14 should grab onto that part instead. And then after it's done that, do... one clockwise pivot. Oh, the problem with that is though, I need to extend this track and I haven't. So 14 would need to do 2 clockwise pivots, but it's still in the wrong place though. Unless now it pivots again and 11 rotates. Let's move these out of the way because I don't quite know where everything's going to end up. So pivot again and 11. Not quite going to do the same thing. No, that's not good. I can't do it with 11. I can't have 11 being in the middle. Might need a piston or something. Nasty feeling at the end of this. Not actually going to be any better than the first solution that I had. It's just aligning these two halves now. I don't quite see how to do that. Could I... When 11 goes there, could 11 rotate counterclockwise? could. But it doesn't do me any good because I can't. This arm is then in the way of where I need the rest of the molecule to be. Ah, it's this final joining together that's tough. Of course, after having this super efficient process at the beginning, all of these arms are just kind of sat around doing nothing. I've got myself into a bit of a mess up here. I'm still not happy. I'm still not sure I really like this. I think what we had before with this thing felt like a more efficient way of juicing salt. Press on with this and try and get it working. This system for assembling the final molecule out of all the bits that I've not quite got a good plan in my head for doing that. Maybe what we had last time was better. Copy that. Idea of quite like the way I don't know. No, we did clone that, didn't we? Let me keep the beginning bit of this. Get rid of everything else. Honestly, get rid of those. So this just. Can we literally just do this? Is it small enough? It looks like it is, actually. Okay. Grab, rotate, reset. Actually, it's just gonna move back one position. It doesn't need to keep rotating around. Feel like we need to get this thing going fairly quickly. Maybe we could do that in a track. Here is slightly more awkward. Also, this is kind of boxed in. Gonna be able to get this out. So we could put a thingy here and rotate it out. We can even rotate it out upwards, I guess, once that's done. This rotates at this. No. I'm gonna hit that. Doesn't work. Let's use two rather than trying to use one piston to move it into place. In fact, maybe we need to do the same with this as well. I don't know. Do we? Do we really? This is good. This produces salt faster than we can actually get it out. That's 3. 2 just advances along the track. Box must be missed. Oh, actually does need to do that. That's fine. No, what's it doing? Although doing it with 2 arms, you've then got the, yeah, let's do that. Pick it up, rotate it, extend it. Done. Okay. In the meantime, I need to get this out. Back to the same question. What is our plan for building this? Okay, we're gonna do the solution that we did in our first solution. We're gonna bond. Gonna have a bonder with an arm in the middle, and it's just gonna grab stuff and move it around. Convinced by this though. 5, grab. Move along the track. Rotate clockwise. And reset. Actually, or I might as well use that. Do I even need to? I'll wait for 3 to do its thing again. Grab. Take counterclockwise now and reset. That gets there. 4 can grab it. And clockwise. Which actually means 5 needs to go a bit further. I don't know. What does that do? Why isn't one doing its thing? Beating the pattern, that's no good. One has done its thing. Oh. No, something went funny there. One is not doing the second time. It releases. It does nothing. Oh, it's got to rotate again first. Right. Now this time, all 3 of those, though, need to go. My brain is melting. Now we've got the other 2 elements, so all 3 of these need to go into the main ring. Just pulling all these together is such a massive pain. I'm gonna give up on that attempt as well, I think. Go back to the original. The original was pretty good on speed and cost. The only thing we needed to reduce was the area. You know what? I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete that. And copy the original. All we're going to look at is, can we reduce the area of this solution? Let's not try and rethink the whole thing. We'll go insane. So the two main areas where the area is way bigger than it ideally should be are arm 2, which is spinning out all the way over there. So it's covering all of these hexes here. And that's just annoying. It's just to get it into there. So, instead of that, we will build a track. Is this any better? Not sure this is any better. That's not right. That is not right. Brings it down here. Oh god, no, this is terrible. Needs to go like that. Which is surely just as bad. We're just focusing on area. Don't care about the cost. Really don't care about the speed either. Just want to make this as tight as possible. So we could do that. Kinda like this. Oh god, all this needs to change. Delete those. Retract. Rotate clockwise once. Advance along the track once. And actually, do 3 times and then reset. But it's slower now. So 5 is moving too early. Five needs to wait. Is this going to have a ripple effect that screws everything up? Would that work? Let's see. Five needs to go earlier. There. Okay. Does this? No. Okay, something's messed up. Almost got there. What is not going when it needs to? It's when is 6 retracting? 6 is at the bottom, and it's grabbing there, which is now 1 too early, right? Because 2 is slower than it was before. So this needs to go out by 1 more, and that might work. That's it. Messes up with something else. Okay, that works. So a little bit slower, but we've reduced the area. see how much we reduce the area. I think the area is still absolutely terrible, but it's the first step. Okay, now 95. We were 108 before. That's a modest reduction. So this is still going to be the fastest. And honestly, and the cheapest. That is currently the smallest. But we must be able to do more. And I think we can do more by avoiding 6 rotating the final product quite so far. It now covers a huge area when it spins back up here. And we don't want that. So instead, the question is, can we get this down here in anything remotely approaching efficiency? Yeah, maybe we can. Maybe we can. Okay, let's get rid of 7. And that. And that. I'm going to bond this somewhere else. So we'll need a track, probably. We will... What are we going to do with 6? We're going to get rid of all of that. Maybe I shouldn't get rid of all of that. I think the point at which it grabs is still relevant. Then let's try shrinking it in instead. I think we got to pivot first. That way, I think, and then shrink it in. I feel like it could have gone one earlier. Okay. Had to do it to pull that past this arm here. Now, how do we get this in here? And bond it to both of them. Especially when we've got this thing here. We could we? Thinking whether we can use it. It's easiest if we can use this bonder here, because that will put both of the bonds in place at the same time. We also kind of want to squeeze it in here though, which is a bit tricky. I guess we could do it. Come on, rotate. There we go. I guess we could do it there. Which means getting this element into here. And doing a few more pivots of this. Probably 3 more pivots. So 1, 2, 3. That should leave the opening, I think, here. And so now all we got to do is get this thing down. So let's use we want to keep it as tight as possible. We're trying to minimize the area. All of the considerations are secondary. So 7 can pick that up at the same time that 6 picks its thing up. It can then advance along the track. Oops, there. It can then advance along the track again. It can then rotate counterclockwise and then extend. But it has to extend at the same time. Maybe you can do it there. Let's see. Okay, so along it goes, along the track, rotated. It's I think we might get stuff bonding to stuff it shouldn't bond to, but I think we can work around that. Oh yeah, it's going to pull this back and then it's going to bond to that. So we cannot, 7 cannot do its thing just yet. It needs to wait and do it probably maybe even there. Maybe we can move 7 earlier. I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, so 7's hanging out. In the meantime, 5 and 6 and 3 and 2 are assembling the rest of the ring. 6 then starts rotating. It's got to go that way, unfortunately, to get it past 5. Does it? Kind of does, I think. Pulls it into position. Pivoting the wrong way. It's to pivot clockwise. Pivot was that, this one. But this needs to be instead. Okay. Pivot. Oh, God. Damn you. Slight problem. Another way of doing this. Could rotate 6. And it's going to be taking up a lot of area, which is what we're trying to avoid. Yeah, actually, I'm thinking I'm holding something in the middle of the circle. And so when I pivot, it's just everything stays in the same position, just rotates around it, but that's not what's happening. Because I've got one of the things on the outside. That makes life tricky. Yeah, I can't do it. Can't do it. So instead, has to rotate. What I wanted to avoid. Might still need to pivot first as well. Collide. Oh, it's not going to collide. Okay. Surprising. Now this is all messed up. It's got to go there. Now we've got to get this thing into here. It can stay fixed length now though, make it slightly cheaper. 1, 2, 3. Might be able to advance all 4 positions. And then it just is going to rotate counterclockwise into position at the end. When can it do that? Depends what happens with 6. So we got to do some pivoting. Don't know how many. Well, hang on. Got to do some pivoting and then we got to pull it in. We know that much. It's almost certainly the wrong position, but might be the V moves that I need. Oh no, it's not right. It's over there. Okay, well, I can move the bonder over. Not a very efficient way of getting this down to here though. Well, I'm sure this area is going to be much better after all of this. And then, okay, so we need to take out one pivot and the shrink 6. Wait, can we not shrink earlier? One pivot. Can we not shrink there? And rotate in there. if we can. Hang on, then that's in the wrong place. Worry about that in a second. Actually, no. No, because then we'd need the bonder across here. Oh no. Get rid of that. Do that. Do that. Okay, finally we make the item. Huh. Well then, to get it out, we are gonna have to rotate. I'm still gonna be using a huge chunk of space. This is this is not gonna get us anything. Don't think. The final thing. Can they go at the same time? I think so. Nope, too early. Well, it works. How much smaller than the last solution it is, I don't know. The amount of effort that we put in. Maybe we can actually do something better with that track. 62, okay, actually. Yeah, that was smaller. That was surprisingly smaller, okay. Huh. Okay, let me make one more tweak because I can do better than that. We can do what we did with this track here, and we can just make this. What can we do? There and there. So then we just need to change 7. So it grabs it, and then rotates counterclockwise, and it's pointing here, and then it advances 1. Oh yeah, we made it a lot smaller as well. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it does need to go 4, and then rotate back clockwise. Try that. Whether that will collide with some of the. Rotate twice. Rotate twice. Don't do that. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought might happen. Okay, let's just wait. Wait until when? What is 6 doing? Oh, this is where it's starting to. Are we going to have a collision here? No, don't do that now. Okay, 7's going too early. Wait. What is the... Oh, that was the final rotate into position. Let's get rid of that. Damn it. Okay, that's fine. I think we can just do that. We're going to rotate first. Okay. That felt quite smooth at the end there as well. Could 7 have gone earlier? Probably. Yeah. 7 could go earlier. Think. Doesn't that mean 6 can go earlier as well? Yes. Okay. Is that any smaller though, actually? It might not be, because I'm still using all of this space here. It might not be any smaller. Feels a bit faster though. Area 61. I've saved 1 space. And I don't know whether that was faster than last time or not. It was 1 cycle faster as well. All right. So that is no longer the smallest. Can go away. That is no longer the smallest. Can go away. That is. And it's still reasonably fast as well, which is good. Okay. 1 level, 2 hours. Jeez. Okay, it's getting harder. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop trying to improve on this level here. This game though, you could just play 1 level for ages, trying to do better. We've got so much room to improve in the cost and the area in particular. But I think I'm good with being completely average in every dimension. If I were to use this and go to the market, would I collapse into a quivering heap of nerves? The effect is subtle, but you may want to avoid crowded areas while using it. Say this as though you've already tried it. My confidence and reasonable certainty isn't enough for you. Over the course of my life, I've learned that trust is not something to be given lightly. Especially not to alchemists. That's a fine thing to say in the presence of a thief. Okay. We have 1 more thing to make for our thief. A very dark thread. This is a bit much. I feel as I'm being suited up like a grenadier. Stay still or I won't get your measurements properly. Must you really outfit me this way? The more light you absorb, the easier it will be for you to blend into the shadows. I can already do that. You seem to underestimate my abilities. I want to leave nothing to chance. Okay, let's make some very dark thread, which is another infinite molecule. Oh god. My brain's already hurting. Okay, what is that metal? That is iron. So we need to transmute it twice from lead. So we're gonna need this. So usual thing. Get that in there. Get the quicksilver in there. Do I want to try and be super fast on the quicksilver? No, not really. Just do something simple first. So, one we'll grab, rotate clockwise, and probably keep on holding on to it. Two will grab, rotate counterclockwise, and reset. And then do this. Yeah, I got to transmute it twice. So do the same thing again. And so by this point, we will have the metal that we need. And so one then can rotate that out of the way. Okay. Step one. In the meantime, we need a salt factory. Let's make that kind of up here. Let's give ourselves a little wiggle room. So 3 grabs it. We need to make the salt fast. So we've got to make a lot of salt. This is going to be the bottleneck. Because we can't transmute the metal or the quicksilver into salt. We can only do it with this. So this just has to be super efficient. So I could do one of my little conveyor belt type things. So we are basically every cycle we will be grabbing an air and then dropping it onto here. My only worry is whether we can pull it off fast enough. I guess what we're doing is we're bonding a salt to a metal. Salt to metal, salt to metal, salt to metal, and then just those pairs are always in a straight line, and then it's just rotating that thing around to make this weird triangular pattern. I'm sure is going to be a nightmare to get the bonding right. Well, maybe it's not as bad as it looks. So that does mean then that we only need 1 salt for every one of these we get. And it also means that when we put the metal here, we kind of want the salt to be there. Might have to move these around to stop them getting in the way of each other, but try that. So it grabs it, it rotates counterclockwise twice. And then resets. Now, that should make the pair that we need. Now the question is, what next? So we've made this pair here. Although, actually I can't change the orientation of that. Just so that this aligns better. You know, rotate everything around. Okay, so now this matches up a bit more clearly. So the next pair that comes out of here this pair then becomes this pair. So I kind of want 3 to hold on to that. Instead of 3 resetting it, it's going to hang on. And 1 can... I know 1 needs to rotate it out. But after that 1 can reset. I actually need something else to move it along. Let's get this. Might even be able to move it there. So it's going to have hold of the salt. Build a track for it. And it's going to need to... As soon as the bond is done, which is here, it's got to grab it. Again, can it grab it early? Don't think so. Gonna grab it and it's gonna pivot twice clockwise. And then it'll be laying this way and then it advances along the track. And we... oh no, because we don't need to, we're not bonding the salts to each other. Oh, this is the tricky thing about this molecule. Every other infinite molecule we've done so far has always been, there's been something kind of in the middle that's bonded. This is not the same. So what we need is another bonder. Ooh. Okay, let's just one step at a time. This here will advance 2 positions. So that will result in this. This is in the right second position. Oh, we gotta make this infinite though. Step by step. Yeah, so next time it's got a bond that way, so there are 2 possible places. Wait, no. Next time we just move it across. do this infinite thing. Can't pivot the thing once we start working with it. Can't have this thing swinging backwards and forwards. So 4 resets. To repeat all of these steps. Okay, that does do everything. Start there. 1, 2, and 3 all do the same thing again. But then when 4 gets back here, this time it's just grabbing it and advancing 1 position along the track. And then that will cause the metal here to be here, which will bond to that. So let's see whether that works. 4 moved too early. Gotta wait until gotta wait until there. Too early? Ooh, maybe not. Okay. Oh, shoot. It hasn't fully transmuted. What happened? We're only repeating. We gotta repeat this twice. Okay. So far, so good. But what next? Because next time... So 4 has to advance again, does it? It definitely has to get out of the way of that. But next time we're going to have the salt and this. And we're going to flip it. So the salt will be here, the metal will be here. And then we're going to have to bond the metal to the salt. So we're going to have another bonder here. And we're actually going to have to advance for 2 more positions this time. So 4 goes on 2 more positions. We put another bonder here. can we just repeat? Don't know. Let's see. Probably not. Okay, so that ends up there. Flips it, bonds it there. Ooh, it's looking promising. You're gonna recognize my product line there. Well, let's try. Let's put it there. I don't quite know how it detects. It's kind of one position off. Whether it starts detecting it. Yeah, it's counted that as one product. Okay, that's good. 2 products. All right, we're in business. Pretty cheap. Well, average cost, average cycles, below average area. Happy with that. It's all right for a first go, isn't it? Yeah, these are 20 ticks of cost, so I'm actually down at the bottom end of this bar anyway. So getting it cheaper is would be hard. Faster ought to be possible without too much difficulty, so let's take a quick look and see whether we can make it faster. What's the slowness at the moment? Okay, partly that transmutation. The Quicksilver thing up there, so I can definitely make that faster. Let's do that first. So we will use our little how do we want to do this? I think that's all we need. We'll bring up pick 2 and 3 so they go together. And then instead of repeating that, we can get oh, hang on, okay, this needs to change. There's no rotation now. 2 just grabs it, advances, drops it, advances, and it's back to the beginning. Okay, I'll figure out what to do about those in a minute. So at the same time, 3 advances. So whenever 2 advances, 3 has to advance as well. Okay, hang on, that's not going to work then. We've got to do that. And then 3 picks up and 3 drops. Then we can repeat. How quickly can we repeat? Well, 1 can now be pulled in. I think it can even go there. Just test that. Yes. I guess we just repeat when 1 repeats. So there and there. Okay. Or probably can start again there, can it? So 1, 2, 3, and 4 all need to go at the same time. And this, I think, can come back to here. Because 5 can go as soon as 4 is there, I think. Not sure about this. Let's just run it. Oops. Damn it. What did I do wrong? Two and 3 are not advancing at the same time. Hey Oliver, how's it going? You've fallen asleep to it twice. Too relaxing. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. How have you been? Yeah, it's not a game that you fall asleep to when you're trying to solve it. It's it definitely requires a fair amount of brain power, but I could see watching. Could be that problem. Cool, good. What have you been playing recently? Anything exciting? Starting Monster Slayers again? Okay, cool. Yeah, I was thinking tonight I might go back and have another go at a different one of the characters in that as well. Yeah, I needed a bit of a break from the roguelite deck builders for a bit. But yeah, I think I might sort of dip into that from time to time and just try out some of the other characters and see how it goes. You beat the game with all basic characters once. Cool, very nice. Any of the advanced characters? I was thinking about trying the Ranger next. I think according to Steam, that's the second easiest character to beat the game with. You beat 5 of the unlocked characters. Okay, well that's pretty good. Wow. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, I've currently just beat it with the Rogue. Yeah, never managed to do it with the Barbarian. Only had 2 attempts with that. But yeah, beat it with the Rogue. So yeah, maybe try the Ranger next. Where was I? Where was I? Yeah. That's where I was. 2 and 3 not moving at the same time. Why are they not moving at the same time? That is strange. Once you unlock more skills, it gets easier. Yeah, I could see that, I guess, yeah. You think in Bermuda? Sorry, what do you mean? Why are 2 and 3 crashing into each other? I don't get it. Hang on. Oh, hang on, because they're not going at the same time. Why are they not going at the same time? Oh, it's trying to be efficient. No, don't start it earlier. Oh, no, that's my mistake. Actually, I should be starting that there. One after that one. Okay, does this work? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, it looks promising. Let's try that. Is that going to make it much faster? Yeah, I guess that is faster. That's definitely faster. I do like making these infinite molecules. Quite satisfying. 126 cycles. Much better. Much better. Wait, why is it more expensive? Oh, because I use more bits, obviously. Okay. I think I'm happy. Am I happy with that? Can I really make that much faster? Not really. I'm happy with that. That's good. So 126 becomes fastest. And this is cheapest and smallest. Okay. Yeah. As long as I'm in a decent position on all three histograms, I'm good. It's quite a striking look, don't you think? I'm a convert. I never thought I'd reach the heights of fashion like this. Should go into business as clothiers. I can hardly do much more alchemy in any case. We used the last of our quicksilver making that. But that's a wonderful idea. I'll find us more looming and sewing supplies. Here's a mannequin too. Consider it done. Perfect. Cool, good night, have a good sleep. Enjoy your day tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm taking a day off work. So if you can stop by, that would be cool. Although, I don't know what I'm playing, but I'll probably play a decent amount of this. I may play some more Monster Slayers tomorrow as well. Maybe tomorrow evening I'll do another run of that. Yes, have a good sleep and a good day tomorrow. So finally, we've built everything that our thief needs, and we are in a position now to go and steal the lead ore. Looks like it's time for me to go. That is a cool emoji. I like it. Good luck, Nils. You'll know I succeeded when a barge of lead ore floats down the river toward you. And I'll send instructions detailing where to send my share of the gold later. You won't be returning here? No, I'm afraid I can't stay. So you do trust us, finally. A funny thing about that. When I first found the two of you hiding out in this abandoned shop, my first thought was to cut you both down as you slept and sell all your personal effects. Oh my, I'm glad you didn't. I'm just kidding. I would have collected only a pittance for your mediocre clothes anyway. How touching. I expect a more touching story couldn't be written. Safe travels, Nils. We'll be here for the time being, should you want to find us. I'm sure we'll run into each other again before long. Okay, chapter 4. House Soria. Thought it was hard before. I suspect it's going to get even harder now. Chapter 4, an uncommon ally, decoded message. They're quite capable. Dare say the best of this type I've seen, in fact. Trustworthiness, they'll likely stick to a deal built around shared aims, but they're not the types to develop blind loyalty. Why not meet them yourself? They're holed up in an abandoned shop along the river. Nils. Who's he talking to? Clara Soria. You're sure we won't get in trouble? Hanging out in the bad part of town with a rogue alchemist? My parents don't know. I spend a lot of time in the observatory and they always assume I'm there. Not as if they would check for themselves. A shame you never got to use Van Tassen's observatory when you visited. I was tasked with fixing it right afterwards. That's okay. I still had a nice time. Even though you were with Frederick. Excuse me? I loved Frederick. You... what? He was kind to me. Maybe the only one who's ever been. It was really nice spending time with him. It's true that kindness is a rare trait in an house heir. I wish I could have protected him. He didn't deserve the world he was born into. None of us do. Could play more Sigmar's Garden. Should I play another game of Sigmar's Garden? I don't know. It's purely optional. No, let's press on. Time. Time is good. Probably get one more puzzle done tonight. Well, depending on how difficult it is. Okay, Litharge Separation. So this is raw lead ore. Should have seen when we had cases and cases of gin around here. Why? Isolate individual elements from the alcohol? Yes, exactly. How resourceful of you. That's a sharp deduction, Clara. I've always been interested in alchemy, but my mother says it's too dangerous for me to pursue. She thinks I'll explode the place. Alchemy is dangerous, but not in the way your mother thinks. Okay. We gotta turn that into these. So, I guess we're just chopping stuff up. Okay. Deceptively simple. Okay, well, I don't know. Let's try this. Let's take an arm. Let's rotate it. So we'll grab it. We'll rotate it. And then, I suppose if we're going for speed... We're going to be able to chop it up in one go though, are we? Oh my god, how is this going to work? I guess I want to chop off... Gonna be there, that's gonna be there. Bolt's gonna be there. We'll have a bond here. The tricky thing is gonna be that middle one, isn't it? Because it's bonded 3 times. And also... do I want to do that? Let's use a piston. Oh, I can't kill both of these at the same time. And I can chop this one and this one, but I can't. I can only do one at once. I could pull that 2 pillars positions. God. Okay, and it's still all attached. Better grabbing it in the middle. Because then I can just pivot. And snip off all of the outside ones. So pivoting counterclockwise. And then something is going to need, or two things probably are going to need to get these out. So what's going to come off first? One of these. So we grab and we tape. Does that get rid of one of them? Oh, it's still bonded to the middle. Okay, that's fine. Fine. Well, I suspect I'm going to need that at some point. So let's just move that down there. Let's just keep rotating. At some point, I'm going to chop something off. 3. So after I've pivoted 3 times, so this then needs to come down to there. And we'll get rid of that salt. Not quick enough. Gotta do that. What? No. Still too fast. That's still attached to the middle. Two's got to release. So 2 releases. And then does it again. Not fast enough. Oops. Okay. Well, it's just because we've started repeating here. Let's just put that there for a second. We don't really want to pivot again, because if we do, it's going to leave the salt here. And we'll have to do something else to extract it. Well, maybe that's all right. Build something that works and then worry about optimizing. So do that. I think we got to wait though to pivot again. Probably till here. That will then have cut it, so then that can grab and retract. Try that. Grab. Not extend, retract. That's going to reset. And then I don't know what we're going to do with Okay. I'd like to use the same cutter to cut the other stuff. That's... Can't actually do that. Because I can't pull it any further back. Okay, let's not obsess about this. We'll rotate it to the left and we'll do the cutting of the other bonds over there. So the middle one is going to be here, and we're needing to cut from the middle to the outside. So we'll want this like this. After here we can do the rotate. Actually, we can probably do better than that. Yeah, let's... Can I make this as compact as possible? That's not what I wanted to do. Be there. Can I do this, or is that going to collide? It's going to collide, isn't it? Maybe not. Do have a slight problem with how I get that stuff out there, so let's put that somewhere else. That's not gonna work, is it? Yes, it is. So just after... So when 3 grabs, I think maybe 4, no, 4 can grab a little later. And then it rotates clockwise. And then it resets. In the meantime, 1 pivots clockwise twice. I think that's too fast for the pivoting. Oh no, that's all right. But it does have to wait to go again. Oh god, okay, I'm lost. When can I start doing stuff? So 4 is now resetting back to where it was. No, 1, don't do anything. so one can't do anything until and then it pivots twice again. Can actually pivot once earlier. Do that. Yep. And so immediately after this, oh no, 4 still has to take it out. It's gonna make it kind of slow. Can't help but think we should be chopping the metal atoms out at the same time as we're chopping these. And now we won't worry about that. Once it's reset, or will actually, and how many's it got to get out? 4. It's got to repeat that again, and then it's got to rotate, grab, rotate twice, and reset. I think that works. Not very efficient there. Oh, no. 1. 1, you need to wait. There. Actually, 1 can reset. There. It's done that, its job's done. Okay. You're rocking and rolling. Not terrible. Not terrible. It feels fast. 119 cycles. Okay, average cost, average speed. Nice and compact though, look at that. Whoa, 23? 20, 30, yeah. Okay, that area feels good. Sure, I can improve on that. Let's have a quick look. Ah. My only thought was whether I can be cutting some other bonds at the same time as that one. Do that. So we could make it smaller. We could make it even smaller. By turning this into a piston. Grabbing that and pulling it. So at the point where 1 starts rotating, 1 could actually reset. Could it? Yeah, it would make it. It'll make it slower, but it will make it even smaller. Ah, no, we don't need to optimize area, but I'm gonna do it anyway. There, that there, and there, and then yeah. So here, just this point, we just reset. And instead, I need to reprogram all this there. Instead, for grabs it. Actually, or grabs it and pulls. I want to try and keep it faster or lower cost. Oh, it can't. Well, it's got to wait actually. So it's already kind of going slower. I could just do everything with 4. Oh. No, 1 is already repeating itself. 1, don't repeat yourself. Hold your horses. So I could have another thing that grabs this and rotates it out. I could let go with 4, grab it, rotate it out, come back. That's just annoying. We'll use this. I think then he's going to have the same programming as the one before did. Maybe I could have left it. Oh well. So as soon as it's pulled, this can grab and rotate and reset. Maybe we can do it twice more back to back, because all 4 needs to do is pivot twice. And here, okay, let's test that out. 5 went too early. No, 1. Okay, 1's still jumping the gun. Here, 4 should be tracting. To there. Shrink and rotate clockwise and reset. But actually, as soon as that second cut has happened, maybe not, maybe there. Could have gone one earlier. Could do that. I think this'll work. That has to be the smallest area this puzzle is doable in, isn't it? Feels quite fast. Is this faster than last time? No, it is slower. Oh, 19 area. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, so this is very definitely the smallest. Well, you'd think so, but I don't know. I was having a look on Reddit, and they've got there's a page on there for like the best. I think it just does the fastest cycle times for the puzzles, and there's no. I haven't looked at the page in detail. I've just kind of scanned the top where they've got a table of like the fastest cycle times for some of the puzzles. And I compared some of those to like some of my solutions. I like the fastest, like way faster. Absolutely insane. So I think, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I have to say, 19. I could, yeah, I don't know. I guess you'd have to use fewer arms maybe. And anyway, yeah, that seems pretty neat. But people are generally amazing in what they can achieve in this game. This is fastest and cheapest. So I could do something cheaper. But I think I'm happy with that. I think I'm happy with that. That one sounded satisfying as well. Have another quick look at that one again. You've constantly got that sound of like either a bond being cut or the arms moving. Yeah, even if that's not, yeah, so satisfying. And you can record GIFs as well of them, which is quite nice. You have something particularly elegant. Yeah, it'll record an animated GIF and then you can share that wherever. Not that any of my Facebook friends appreciate any of these solutions. Okay, I'll stick with that. Extracting the essence of lead from ore. There's something no alchemist has had to do for centuries. Solving these ancient problems for yourself must be fascinating, though. Maybe. In a way, you're reinventing the field on your own. That's one way to look at it. For my part, I keep thinking I've travelled backward in time. What fun, though, retracing the origins of alchemy. Okay, unlocked a bunch more stuff. I guess the uncommon ally is, is this other woman who was married to Frederick, who was the heir of Van Tassen house that we were originally doing alchemy before they got attacked. So I guess, yeah, she's in hiding as well. What is our plan here? How are we getting our revenge? Don't know. See what Stain Remover is all about. Stain Remover. I suppose you have something that will get out a stain. What happened? I just slipped a little on the way. I don't want to give my parents any opportunity to be suspicious. We can get that cleaned up like new, I'm sure. A stain remover? Now we're back to the old Van Tassen times. I think I was just getting so full of myself. Oh, new mechanic. Glyph of Purification. The Glyph of Purification transmutes 2 atoms of the same metal into a single atom of their next higher form. Like the Glyph of Projection, it does not require Quicksilver. Okay. You can just see puzzles coming down the road that potentially give you both ways of elevating metals. But for now, oh god, what is this? Okay, so we need curly thing, which is tin. So we just need to do that once. So shove that in the middle. This looks like it could be somewhat of a pain in the ass. Okay, well this is straightforward, surely. Pick up. Rotate counterclockwise and reset. And then this one, pick up. Rotate clockwise and reset. And then at this point here, I guess we have an atom of tin. How do we put this thing together? The thing that's going to take a long time. We need a glyph of calcification. Actually, let me spread this out a bit more. This is just its own thing. Wondering if we can use these multiple arms to kill multiple birds with one stone. Could we do something like grab it clockwise, grab it counterclockwise, and then we can assemble these up there and these down there. Actually, we could do that. Oh. Yeah. Do that. Do that. Start with 3. Grab it. Rotate clockwise. And reset. That just creates 2 salt. Oh no, don't reset. Keep rotating. That makes 2 salt and it dumps it in either end of this bonder here. As soon as we get to here, 4 can pick up and go clockwise. Oops. There. 5 can pick up and go clockwise as well. Okay, let's just see how all that pans out. Okay, that looks good. So then we need to repeat the 3, 4, and 5. And now we just got to figure out how to get all the bits into the right place to stick them together. So I think I want to, okay, so we got, I think I want to use this to make, so we'll get the metal in here, get the blue in there, the green in there, and that bottom those. And then I pivot it around, which will move the blue to the bottom. And then I do it again. Okay, that's the plan. How do I get the things in there though? Pivoting is gonna be awkward. It's gonna crash into things. These things sticking out here. Gotta back that off one. Just try something. This here, that's going to move that across to there. 2, 2, 3. Six can grab here, I think. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Let's try to keep most of this stuff out of the way of that as well. Close can I get? I could do that. Oh. that's gonna get in the way. Well, let's try it. So it's going to be ready here. Grab it and rotate clockwise. Oops, grabbed it too early. Okay. Next challenge, getting the green over here. Can't rotate because that's going to hit that. We're definitely going to hit that. I think this will transmute anything that I move over if it's already bonded, will it? Let's find out. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 8 can grab it when? Yeah. And we've also got a pivot 3 times counterclockwise. 2, 3. Advance 4 times. That's pretty slow. But let's see whether it gets the stuff in the right place at least. Oops. Cannot do that. Well, just 3 is going too early. So you guys chill until we get to there. What? Oh, it's making the second one. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Okay, well, chill. Ah, it does transmute it. That's useful to bear in mind maybe for future as well. We can bond first and then calcify later. Well, that's okay, because we've got hold of this here, so we can just swap that around like that, I think. Yeah. Alright, that's nice. Actually, maybe I didn't need to go quite as far over as this. Oh well, we can play around with that when we try and optimize this. So now 7, so everything else needs to let go. So 8 and 6 need to have let go by this point. And 7 is going to pivot counterclockwise 3 times. 1, 2, 3. There is also the small question of where I'm going to put this thing once I've made it, which I hadn't really thought about. Oh bugger, why is that collided? Oh, because 8's still resetting and the others have started already. we've just got to wait until maybe there. You're gonna have to do something with this. Let's just see whether that works. Oh, shoot. Four and five. Yeah, 4 and 5 have started already. Don't start yet. Feels weird that I need to push it out that far there. Oh, they've already built their second bit. Like 6 and 8 have got to do their thing again. I've only done it once. Where can I start doing that? Oh, 8 is such a pain. Takes so long for 8 to get back. Okay, we do actually have the right output though. So now the only question is, how do I get that thing out? Okay, I think I'm going to see whether I can keep it one closer, because it looked like... Well, let me just check whether we're actually close to colliding or not. When we start spinning it. Oh, yeah, we are. If we were one closer, it would hit that. It's got to be there. This could be closer. For what it's worth. Alright, I gotta move it out of the way. So let's move it. This kind of needs to end up there. Is that gonna be a problem? Can I do that? We're gonna have stuff colliding with 7. No, but it's alright. Okay. Actually fine. Can I bring 6 any closer? I think I probably can. Down there. Now there. Just to reduce the area of the solution. Can I do the same at the bottom as well? I don't know, probably. Okay, that's fine. We haven't actually figured out where we're putting the product yet. Right, so where does everything end up and what can I do with it once it's there? Like a way of getting this there faster, but we'll worry about that next. Okay, well, 8 could pivot, actually. And that will get it out. So, before 8 resets... Oh, wait. What? What's 8 doing here? Oh, because that's resetting and it's all part of the reset. Yeah, don't exactly do the same thing again then. We've got to do that. QQ. 1, 2, 3, 4. Q, so I'm just copying this, but then instead of resetting, it rotates. Actually, yeah, it's got to rotate. And then it resets. And the output then should be... Where the hell will it be? This will have hold of this here. Maybe. Let's see. Did I do a reset? Did do a reset. Oh, blast. Oh, 7 didn't let go. Yes. Okay, it works. Kind of taking up a lot of area, not very fast. Lots of bits. This kind of seems like a bad all-around solution. Let's see. High cost, not bad cycles, high area. Okay, could definitely be improved upon. Particularly in cost and area. Okay, well, let's try reducing the area by doing this. Expanding that 2 more. And instead of doing the rotation, we move along 2 more. Okay, much better area. Slower. improve that cost. But let's start here, the place for improvement. I don't think we can move this up. Yeah, because it has to carry it like that. I wonder if there's a way though to... I wonder if instead of putting the elements here, no, can I rotate this whole section? We could do... Could we do this? No. If hang on, blue is always going in the top here. Why am I making all this stuff all the way over here? Close to having to rip it all up though and start again, which never usually ends well. What if? Blue. Goes in there. Also need a way to calcify it. Well, I can use two things for that. Get rid of all this, get rid of all this. Anything that remains is 1, 2, 3. What I'm trying to do here, reduce the area, I guess. Maybe the cost. Probably not the cost. Or can then push that into the 5 to move down here. And then it can move in there, and then it can slide along to pull it into place. Feels quite efficient. And we just need to mirror that down here. I don't know. 4 grabs, extends, resets, grabs, rotates counterclockwise, moves along the track, and then resets. Can we copy? Sure, how we copy if we can. Because 6 needs to do basically exactly, well, the rotation will be different, I guess. It needs to pick up, extend, reset, pick up, rotate clockwise, advance along the track, reset. In the meantime here, 5 can grab it, rotate clockwise and reset. Same here, grab it, rotate counterclockwise and reset. I feel like we may have some collisions going on here, but okay. Also needs to be able to move there. 8 can grab it. Yeah. Pivot 3 times. Sure, that's gonna hit something. This then repeats. Repeat, repeat, repeat. When we get to somewhere like here, we then advance along the track. Reset. Not going to work, but let's see. 4, 6, and 8. But 8 should still... Or is 8 trying to do something too early? Or are they going too early, actually? Hang on, let me see where that problem was. So 8 is trying to pivot it now, but... Well, 4 and 6 have let go. 3. Has 3 not let go? 3 has not let go. Oh, actually... We don't need 8. We can pivot. Yeah, which is what it was doing. When can it do that here? Let's see. Too early. Maybe not. Ah, oh, okay. Collision with 6. Even though 6 is still there, yeah. No, 6 is not still there. Just hasn't had time to move back, but even if it was there, it would still be colliding with it. So 6 needs to be moved out the way. Well, it's not ideal. I think we can do it there though. Grab it, but instead of extending now, rotate counterclockwise and then reset. Wait. Yeah. Then grab it, then extend. It puts it in here. Then, yeah, move along the track. Is that all I need to do? Who's getting it out now, there? Fundamental flaw in our plan. It should be 4 because that's already being crossed. Oh, but does 4 have hold of it? Does not. Although maybe it could do. Yeah, we just need to change that repeat. Currently, I think they're all leaving, aren't they? Yeah. So 4 can keep hold of it. just means we need to manually replicate all of this. So grab, extend, reset, grab, take counterclockwise, move along the track, and then 2 more positions and reset. Okay, much better area. Nice, 43. And faster by a lot. 40. And cheaper. Oh my goodness, better on every dimension. Really? Is that better on everything? 300 is the best. 140 is the best. 43 is the best. Yeah, that's just better than everything. Nice. Admittedly, it's still pretty expensive. But yeah, so I can delete that. And I can delete that. I guess this is just best. Really fast. Could potentially get faster, could get cheaper. Can we do it for cheaper? Well, I guess this is built early. Cool, no worries. Yeah, thank you for popping in. Have a good day tomorrow. See you next time. I think this is ready much earlier than it needs to be. So, oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Thanks, you too. Thinking whether we can get rid of one of these. I think we probably can. Get rid of number 2. And so one will go clockwise actually, 2 positions, reset, grab. This is going to throw everything off, it might. And then 1 position. Then reset. When does 2 start to move? Oh, yeah. Well, it doesn't have to be faster. although I'm worried that this is now going to throw all of this stuff off. If I move 2 back, 2's got to move back by 2 or 3 cycles. Is this worth it? I only saved 20 gold by getting rid of one of those anyway. I mean, we could get rid of 6 as well. And 5 could do its work. Worried we're going to get into a massive mess here. Well, let's do it. Oh god, even that's too early. Really? Gotta go there? Yeah, I do. Well, actually, it doesn't matter that it's turned up later. Ha! Actually, that was absolutely fine. Surprisingly, okay. Alright, well, let's see whether I can get rid of 6 as well. Gotta extend this, but that's only 5 gold as opposed to 20 for the piston. That means that 5 is now... it's not going to rotate. Going to move to the negative end. And then it's going to extend. Reset and then do its usual thing. Control still works as well. I don't know if we can do the same up here because of how things are laid out here. To get rid of 4. could potentially do if I was clever would be to use one glyph of bonding for bonding the things at the end and then just kind of interleave them. How hard that would be. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. I move this up and back. Trying to reduce costs, so how would this work? Extends, moves along the track. And then moves along the track again. Okay. Now. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Cheap. We're going for cheap. So we get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of that. And I think that could then go there. Only problem is for, well, we're doing cheap. The grab, extend, reset. God. I mean, maybe we don't want to go super cheap there. Do this. Oh well, I've got to wait because only one can be going at once anyway. So I'm going cheap. I should just be cheap. So we'll do blue first. So I don't know where this is going to move down to. Move it like way over there. So we'll start, oh no, we've got to start with it there. Start with it there, grabs, moves it there. In the meantime, blue is on there. But blue does not need to do all of this, or it does not need to do that stuff. Can just advance along the track and then shrink. So grabs it, extends, waits for this to show up, then moves along the track. Oh no, it can't do that because this is where it's got to put it. So this needs to be there. Means this does need to extend by 1. Which makes this a slight pain. So it grabs that. Advances along the track, extends. Advances along the track, shrinks. Okay, and then it comes back to there. That's the blue done. In the meantime, this repeats for the salt. And then it does this bit to grab the green, extend, advance, and put the green in position. Then we've done 1 blue, 1 green. This is awkward. Yeah, this is where the repeat instruction doesn't really work. We have to kind of manually put all of this back in again. Sure, there must be a way to copy instructions. Don't know what it is. Okay, so let's do it by hand. Extend, set, repeat. Oh. Now what's it repeating? Yeah. No, it's not doing what we want. So same again. Extend, reset, and then grab. Extend, advance twice. And reset. Yikes. Okay, slower, that's fine. Everything else had better wait. Let's see whether this even does the right thing. Yeah, no. Okay, but that's because 2 is rotating too early. Now it has to wait until the green is done. It is there. Means is 3 even doing the right thing? Probably not. Because 3 has to do its thing again. There. No. No, this is right at the end. Wait, no it isn't. Ah, what have I done? 3 should not be doing anything there. All it has to do now so the second time it goes, it's grabbing, advancing along the track, extending, advancing along the track, retracting, then advancing and resetting, I think. There, don't know. Three is now not doing anything for ages. Can that be right? Okay, 2 starts rotating. That's good. No. So 3 should go back and... 3 should go back and grab. I don't know, when can it grab? Can you do it here? No. Too early. There. Actually start going now, but it's fine for it to wait. Okay. Then 3 does need to advance, retract. Same thing again, but now it waits there. While green goes. 3 is moving early. Yep. Okay, that works. And I think we got rid of 3 regular pistons there, so it should have saved us 60 gold. And also should have reduced the area as well, actually. So, yes, 65 gold. And it reduced the area a little bit as well. Nice. And it took longer, but that's fine. It's a price worth paying. So, cheapest and smallest. And this is fastest. Okay. Be nice to do something a little bit faster. But I think I'm okay with that. That works surprisingly well. I imagine you could sell this solvent if you had a mind to go into business. Maybe we should. We've already had a good joke about becoming clothiers. Oh, lovely there. I'd go to you for all my couture. All we need is that mannequin and we can open up shop right here. Yes, what a great location. This sort of thing is amusing to speak of in jest, but sometimes I do wish I could lead a simple life. Perhaps one day you can. Oh, I rather doubt it. Okay, well, I think that is going to do it for this time. So, thank you for watching, and until next time, this is BDA Limey signing out. Bye for now.